to the industrial cycles or something working systems or a sequence of this part because this part has a sequence of the package things. Like the first type of the sequence is printing, and then they move the printing things to the cutting shop, then they cut things, and after that they give it that goods to the making the box shop. So this place have such a cycle of things. So we try to searching the movement at this place. Yes.
And we sketched a location that could serve as clues to understanding movement through the traces left behind. During this process, we found that entrances contain the greatest concentration of movement related traces, so we highlighted the clues and elements found around this entrance door. We also conducted an interview with a merchant here who sells sesame oil. Through this interview, we learn where and when the area becomes most active. And this diagram is virtual, our discovery virtual insight. And the Bangsan market area is businesses are generally organized by district. In contrast, the Junggu market area is organized by individual alleys. The small map illustrates and compares these different spatial patterns. The diagram right side it presents cluster analysis of each area through the wide of the alleys. It is possible to infer the velocity of the supply chain.
And look at this paper. This shows the movement factors of different transportation methods like tanker, motorbike, modified electric steamer, small delivery truck, or lift truck. And the front gradient represents difference is if it's long, its speed is so fast, if it's short, its speed is slow. And this dashed line indicates pedestrian movement, while solid line represents movement using pure transportation. And this arrow shows the destination and distance of movement. And this sequence visualizes how movement connects inside with outside in the tree. So this we visualize the interconnected movement that drive the industrial activities of the area. For the next slide, we will analyze the relationship between goods and transportation and spirit based on these factors of movement.
I think it's really interesting about your group is kind of like, I guess, different occupants, not just as people, but with this kind of street rentals and transportations. And I think it, like, while watching your presentation, dawned upon me that also that might influence the weight of the street, for example, the pavement, and it will influence the picture of the physical structures because of what has to pass on a daily basis. I think that will be another interesting thing that you might look into is the width and the proportion of the street kind of accordingly. I think it also got me thinking about how, like, on a bigger scale, the city deals with industrial, past and present industrial centers, and there is a movement to pedestrianize everything, but in order for these kind of industries to happen, it like these kind of connection to road or real, expenditures, objects, however you call it, they're really important part of the life cycle there. So yeah, it really got me thinking about a lot of aspects about zero in particular, but also other industry processes. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Could you explain a little bit more about how the vehicle related with the time sequence you explained?
The biggest box trucks are moving only at the downtime because this. I think the daytime is for the small buying customers displays, and in the really early in the morning, this is for the customers or shops owners or other big sellings or buyers. So the big scales of the trucks are moving around in the morning, and the small size of the hand carry things are using by their own shops moving around. So we put the hand carry things by a red ones and the short things. This is using my downtime and daytime also. So bigger size is used by really only in the morning, and small things are using all the time.
I think it can be really interesting to design like what kind of vehicle using for the which time or which area. I think it's not just depends on the width or the condition of the road. There will be like some like sounds or a purpose or whatever it's gonna be. And I think for the next step, I think you can design or you can push it somehow to driven with which kind of like hard to tell the personality of the area, or you can like make it somehow through those kind of like road system and time.
I think there might be the key for your drawing. Can I see your drawing? This one. The colors of motion. So we can clearly see the circulation here and the different layer of the for different time, and yes, and the relationship between the vehicle. But then where is the, as you said, what's the image of the thing? Because everything is moving here. But then this, I would say this is rather place rather than image. So these places can be the link to make this circulation as a one.
So we put the yellow things and the green road and yellow thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right, because I think we would expect they are showing maybe the last one, which is yeah, it's quickly connecting with that.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is two flags. So if they are showing both with the 3D perspectives, this is something we will show in the it's interesting to move to the
Where's the drawing that you guys showed 2 days ago? we push the focus on that one, mainly that drawing, because I completely right. So yeah, the comment already there's like a no overlap the vectors sometimes
Yeah.
touching. So that kind of the whole folding streets is more clearly linked to the line point. But then think about how the design exchange with the data compound. Or where do you try not to show? Same with the group 3 or the 5.
Maybe 5 minutes. Because
I mean, I agree. I think what would be really interesting is in this drawings, I think it's nice to identify the groups of motions. I would be interested to turn them upside down.
Yeah.
Because let's say right now you've identified the motion, but you're not gonna design the motion, you'd rather design the space where the motion happens. So I think it would be interesting to turn it upside down and say, okay, when there's slow movement, how does the street look like? When there's fast movement, how does it look like? Because that can give you the influence of like modifying the streetscape to control then the movement, because you're always, let's say, you're always acting directly, you don't control the movement, but you can do that. So that can be interesting. I they're super useful, I think, even now, but then you can get something.
actually 2 days ago we drew before our drawing we just want to explain the speed of the streets or the sequence that I've already told you that we thought pedestrians are really slow, so we stressed the elevations and we thought that maybe the long are short but they feel longer than other motorbikes or anything. So we tried to the motorbike things make an elevation like a short. Yeah, that's what you want to
Yeah,
told us.
I think
yeah.
I think that would be really interesting to see.
We will try and finish it.
Maybe Hama and Jamal could not agree with me, but I would argue the important thing is not circulation per se, but I think the community itself is the key. And for community, you cannot, I would argue, you cannot be community by just circulating. It doesn't really matter if this is wide or slow or fast, but actually what they arrive and what kind of community they make through the place. So I think this can be, of course, you need this drawing and that drawing, but in the end, if someone asks what's the collective memory or the community of this place, then I would emphasize more on the place of this area. But I'm not sure if you guys.
You are right, but let's say the circulation is a medium for the community. To somehow, but not only for the retail community. That's what I'm saying. Try to keep just show the yellow, the green, and the red, but what you should show now what can be this condition. That apparently imply or directly mediate the community itself.
More touching things.
I think that's quite good points in order to move on for the next step. Because in this time, usually I think we ask them to draw whatever they found in the sea. And then once they put on the map, they realize what it is they can do. And then once they put all together, something we can focus. And then we realize now the movement in some area related to movement, but the space is quite big, right? And then they need to think about it. It's equal to the community house or some kind of economical center, or it's gonna be some kind of facilities and social. So we don't know yet, but that is community or not. But that has potential to move on to the next step. So it's good to bring up that situation from the drawing and the approach to the festival.
And also, the reason of why we focus on the motions and the movements is we thought this place, the shop owners just stayed at their shop. So someone can think this can be really spot and stop and not just moving around, but we thought every every transportations and pedestrians are related to their space, so that's why we choose a both method.
Yeah, just adding to Tanya and what you just said, I think this is a very special area in Seoul where the community is not just defined by social relations as you would in other residential parts. It has relations like via the goods and they have those great system media. And I think transportation was an interesting idea into that. And I think also, like, maybe it's not part of your brief, but this part also has connections outside of the area and it has like this, the fate of this area has implications like zoomed out. So it's an interesting idea to look into that.
Okay, so we need to move on.
Yeah.
Done with that. So from now on, we are having 3 students individual works. And then after this is 3 students work. I think for this, we are giving them for free.
Hi, Sarah, and I'm going to tell you the story of going around to see the outdoor unit's house. It started with sound. Every outdoor unit turns a little differently, and that sound means something. Someone is inside working, so I follow the sound. I turn the map into a journey. At every spot, you can see how he feels in his face and in his body. Let's follow him. Let's go. At the first spot, can I take my mouse? Thank you. And at the first part, there is too much stuff. And his sound gets through which he moves on. And number two, something's alright, but it's the back door of the restaurant. Too much smell, greasy air. So not a place to settle. So he will disappear. And the next, then he gets excited, a friend. Maybe a friend, but it is stupid. An empty basement, nobody's inside. And he keeps going. Someone lives here, but the radio is louder than him. It's a whole lot of workshop. So the next, another fan, but this is one is a desk fan. He realized you cool the people, I cool the room, and I get hot myself. I can stand next to him. So he leaves a little sad. And then finally, he finds others like him. Units humming together, machines running below, places that are alive. And he little like it here. So he moved down to the road. And then he hasn't decided yet. Two candidates, both alive, like number 9. And there are more streets to explore, so the hunting continues. But here's what I noticed. The little air conditioner never settles for the empty place or just a house. He looks for somewhere that makes something, somewhere working, somewhere alive. And where the outdoor unit wants to live, that's where the city is alive. And that's what is appearing one by one. The units come up. A smooth, clean surface covers the wall. And when the unit stops, the working inside is gone too. So little chili maker is still missing. And where he finally settles, that's where Uichiro is still breathing. Thank you.
Ale?
Oh, so sorry, I don't know what we should.
Maybe I can.
Okay, so the development way is familiarness from American. So through I made some visits to the site also. So into this site, I try to make myself run into the space like passing by and explore like whenever I going down the street. This is a collage I made like for the first impressions that I made of this place. So I really started to think like I'm a stranger in this city, like I'm a foreign person in Korea, but also there are some things that are familiar to me because I have been living in here like some months, so I have some recognition of those places. Or there are also some places that, for a strange reason, they remind me of Mexico, that is where I am from. So I started to think like what spaces make us feel strange, or what those they make feel like more familiar or comfortable, and also what changed something to be strange to be familiar, or something to be familiar to be strange, and also what sensations and feelings of some space reminds equals even after you leave that space. So I have three specific situations. Into I draw some sketches. This is Banson Market. So into this market I entered and I got like a was in there because I entered when it was all closed. But like I from like exit to some to the main exit. So I close into these like infinity of shapes. So I made this sketch into like those feelings of infinity and shelf, clusters. So after a certain moment, this place started to become familiar to me because you know like the same. So I knew what to expect. Also, like, it was very strange to me because I had never entered that way, even though I later found a map of it. Another situation that I encountered is that I was walking by the street and I wanted to try to experiment to like if a shop for me. So I like randomly select other shop that for me. Like for example this lamp paper shop I got very drawn to it, so I entered and tried to buy some paper that I found was that's another thing. And then, for example, I was passing through all the alleys of Montreal, and I saw this one that I was really hungry, so I thought so I saw like these signs, so I was drawn to it by this sign, and I entered into this place to it. So this place was a little strange to me because like I thought everyone was going to be eating like liver, but I was the only one eating it. Even though like on the facade there were only photos of the dish, and it was strange because like all of the people was speaking Korean, and I don't know Korean very well, but I know like some of it, so I knew what they were talking about, but not exactly what they were saying. So it was like a little contrast in it. So I also made like some like references the photos about like my journey into it, and I realized that into the front part I just passed very quickly from the top part where was Thompson Market. I would be entering into some of the way, so I like made this sketch map about where going straight forward to these things. Follow the top part like going around and passing by. Also, I made this other like map in like just by mind of my senses and what I felt into each part. So I have like the vertical lines that are no the horizontal lines are discovery and curiosity, like wanting to get around, like wanting to continue and learn to know more. And then are the dots that are like strange things and things that are new to me, but I also want to explore. The vertical lines are more like places I recognize it, like for example, the main streets that I have passed by before, or also the market that I knew before, so it was something familiar to me. But this hash like curve is more like unknown feeling of strangeness that was, for example, in the market where I got lost, or like in this very dark and narrow alleys. So I started to wonder, like, what elements or what things brought those colors or those metals pathway. So I did some like analysis into some forums, like for example these metals like go straight forward because maybe of the street or like the things that doesn't close a lot, or in contrast with something that make us like stop and when you go inside, like maybe the facades or the buildings want to say something to us. So in this case, it's like maybe the light on the end, like something that we like, something that we search, or just like the curiosity that make us wanna wonder anything. In the contract, what places we do not want to enter into like narrow all these narrow spaces, or maybe places that we don't enter, but we know that there is nothing on the other side or nothing that may be interesting to us. So I make comparisons also into the intersections. with like these open spaces or with narrow dark alleys with the same movements as before. Like maybe if you want in this case, into the site it was these there were these people that they were like so I was drawn to this site, but as I was working I wanted to go I decided maybe the other path. But on the other part there were also like more things interrupting, so I choose like again the other side. But on the other side, then I discovered like some objects that speak to me into some other places. Like for example, in the restaurant there were some food that was really, they smell really good, but I didn't try it. And then I made like this map, like joining everything. It's more like, I don't know if it's it, because I think it's so small, but it's supposed to be arranged so it fits the map I made. So it's supposed that this part is like more bigger because it made like a more impact to me. Or in the, for example, in the alley, this was this intersection. I tried to make more big the part where I pass through, or like these dark alleys, I tried to make them small. But I don't know, I think that was I need to make it right here. I don't know if it's it. Like, although it's supposed to be, also this is supposed to be made bigger, so I could represent like around more this main street, or maybe other things small that are like the narrow one. That's my belief. Thank you.
You have a 3 minute time.
My project name is Detective File and Ojiro, and I wanted to comprehend the Ojiro in a way of different perspectives. When we perceive something, we use eyes and other sensory instrumental things through our world, So we interpret world with eyes and different sensory materials we have, and we kind of project it in our brain and like translate into something else, like drawings and other things. We use kind of extra information to understand whole parts of the world, and we think it as a reality. So I wanted to just project my reality in the papers and digital drawings when I visited the Ojiro, and it kind of accumulated. And I thought it was a really interesting place to visit because there was commercial and manufacturers everywhere, and there was a lot of people and cars and all over the place. So first I thought it was really confusing, and then later on, without a lot of information and accumulating my evidences, I got a little bit of sketch about the Ojiro place. So I use a lot of allegory. For example, like this is Tamo Connect, which is kind of classic way in Oriental. We write the word like letters in the wood plate, and we kind of present the place that we are visiting and who wrote the letter. Yeah, so I think that was really really similar to how we make the signage these days. It just shows everything in front with the colors and the letters. So this is kind of speculation, allegory, having inside my head just pops up in the map. So I kind of collected all the facade pictures that I've taken, and there was a place that I really liked. There was a red rectangle over there, so I kind of
keep deepen my insight about this place in a perspective way, in an optical line. So I made a collage. Interestingly, there was 7 doors in the map, but there wasn't in the digital map neighbor, so I just made with the sketches. There was a printer shop up front, and under there was a restaurant, 2 restaurants, and there was a closed alley connecting all the places. The workers are all moving around, just freely as they want, and there was a water underground under. That was really interesting. And then I sketched more about this place and how I felt. Not only the ice, but I felt the moisty texture in the air. So the atmosphere literally just like come into my mind, and I captured all the things around this place. Also, I thought the light was really interesting because when we see the light outside, we can't see the inside. But when we go inside, you can see the materials transparent through the glass and everything. So, and we can see the commercial are really like selling things, and people are moving and making things. That was the interesting part that I'm focusing on. And then I kept drawing the sunlight coming down, and dark and moisty hallway, inside and outside, and the boxes. All the things are combined in Ujiro in kind of a perspective and a reality way in my mind. And also, extra information was needed that I didn't really know much about Ujiros, so I found kind of historical information about this place, and then I thought it was really important that there wasn't a market before. Like, for example, Gangwon-Sijang and Jungpo Market has been made after the 1960s. And then also there was Ulji's Pamul under the ground. So there is under the ground and on the ground and upper the ground. All the commercial things are like complexed in a box way. So I think this region as a cube thing. Like for Seoul and Korea, we needed kind of supplement to like get through with the development. So I get the code from the boxes on the floor. So come grow with us. That was the whole kind of idea of how I got this project. Yeah. Is that
difficult to remember all the products. They have
at least for the Chiron's case, there's community community of that as a personification, the group. Then that's I quite like what she said, like as a person, as a human component. But maybe for the next stage, she didn't explain, but she said that the living package. I quite like that story. But that she should have to the interior. She shows only the surface. The Abby's case is she did express too long. But the final part is one most important because they are all major city. From now how to lead to the more physical life. But then see from the heart, cognitive map, cognitive image, so that we are. And also the concept like she already trying to do like a speculative drawings combined. But the next stage how to you have to more like just a pose, so variety of the drawing. My point.
I think with Cheon, I was super, as already pointed out, I think it was super interesting way of looking at a map and cartography through one sound and then two, through like this personification of some like an infrastructure that we overlook so every day. I think I would define your work as kind of like a detective work, and I would really agree with Kamal that once your detective work is done, you can dig deeper into what the implications are once you enter inside the walls. I think I was a bit I was very curious what would lie beyond that. But also because you're dealing with sound, and I think other groups have touched on it, but haven't really, it wasn't their main thing. So because of the synergy, I think maybe you can really take it a bit more radically as well about that particular sensory medium, and see what that would lead you. With Bea, I think Beatrice, sorry, I think you obviously have a lot of drawing skills, and your observations are it was long, but it was very clear to me what you were trying to do. But I guess I would really like to see how that would also be quantified rather than just as a subjective vision. And the other thing I was quite interested in, the part of your presentation was about like street curation almost. So not only the shops, but also the way that people put furniture or display their objects impacted how you felt, whether it was like it impacted how you felt about whether it was familiar or strange. And so I thought that was really something that could that you could latch onto in the future, because I think there was some continuity between the drawing and the keyword you said about how objects were laid out. With Simon, I think there were a lot of diverging interests. What struck me really during your presentation was when you talked about what was underneath and what was above. I don't think many people touched upon that. I think because Net Zero is such a sensory overload, and the streetscape is already so interesting, it's quite difficult to see that way, and you start to see that when you enter the 7 doors. I think that would be interesting.
Personally, I really enjoyed all the presentation. I have I'm a little bit skeptical on the anthropology. Like as an outsider, when you see and try to investigate or examine the community or like the thing from outsider, I was a little bit skeptical. But out of the 3 presentations, I'm a little bit persuaded that actually the desire it's out of the desire to understand them, and also it's actually out of the love. Especially Beatrice's presentation was really clear that it's clearly outsider, but it's like out of like a love and interest. So yeah, for that I really wanted to congratulate all of you guys. The first one, yeah, maybe I think it's a little bit overlap, and also the whole presentation was well received. I just wanted to give a feedback and just share my thought. Yeah, maybe for the Shilegi, it's it makes a lot of sound, and out of your sound and sensory scape, maybe there is something the historical background that you can maybe deal with. Maybe that historical background can be integrated into your story as well, but the story itself is really powerful. I thought, and also you have the most clear the drawing, and your interpretation is really legible, so that's really good. Maybe a little bit of the historical research can be helpful to sharpen your story as well. And Beatrice, it was just I can clearly see you enjoyed the Uchiro, which is really good, and also you have a really good practice to investigate as an architect, investigate the space by drawing and making the sketches like the sketch is not like just reproduce the, like the reality. It's actually we added a lot of things. So that was really clear. As you said, it's been long, so maybe you can make a one argument.
And I have a question.
Yes,
for
please.
the comment.
Yeah.
What can make the historical evidence by practical something?
Mm.
And what will be
I think you can actually learn from your colleague because Jiyoung is trying to so basically the subject. I mean, this is really my personal thing. So your story is finished from, let's say, a little bit subjective the story. But I think Jiyoung tries to a little bit expand the area by seeing the historical and the current, by connecting the history and the current one. I think it is the strength of Jiyoung. So, for example, when Shiragi started, and why does it position outside? It's not really common practice to put Shiragi all over the facade. Then why? How does it possible? Like, what's the regulation? And yeah, that can be integrated into like a maybe like the story can be like, oh, we sing together, we can sing together because we are outside together, but it's not like nothing is random. So
because it has its own feature. It becomes fine to say.
I think so. Yeah, in Jiyoung's case, to be really honest, I think I didn't really understand the project here yet, but I really appreciate your attitude and your attempt to have the historical, to use your historical knowledge to the site. But to be honest, I didn't really understand the argument yet, so it's a bit difficult. Thank you.
I think for the challenge case, it's really clearly because you're focusing on those mechanical system and equipment, and I think there must be a type as well. It's not as all the same. Should it be? There must be like something as like small fans with some grills on top and I've never thought about it, but if you measure it, the numbers of it and the types of it and the size, and I think you can judge or guess the programs or the type of the building itself, and it can be really interesting to understand city in that way. And for sorry for that what was your name?
I think Alex is easier or Beatrice.
Beatrice.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. For Beatrice, I think that all of your drawings are really amazing and beautifully done. But what I felt was really confusing was what you're observing the city is a little bit subjective to me, what I understand, and I think there must be a certain point you're interested in the most. So I think you can step a little bit for like backward and think about like what your drawing is like picking out. So I think you can just think of it, and then I think combining all the drawing into one together, I think there must be a certain point. I think you're arguing really Jiyoung for us, and because Ujiro is a kind of like huge market itself, and I've never thought about the convenience stores can be understood into the market, new type of market itself, and underground that is also market, right? So I think you can just pick out the types or the characteristics of each market and the like historical steps to how it changed. I think that can be a good project. So I think, and all the photos you chose.
So I think time is running out.
Sorry.
One more.
So lunch is
Okay.
So we wanna have a like planning something for the conversation about each week. I think we all finish. So let's get some put some note or something about. Yeah. We will discuss about how June is.
This morning.
그냥 셋이야. 오늘은 쉬는 날이기도 하지. 하루. 아, 그죠? 사실 금방 가셨다. 가끔씩 필요할 때 알바같이 인턴만 쓰고. 그럼 두 분이서 안 돼? 근데 저는 별로 안, 우리 별로 안 하니까.
아니 근데 막 되게 다양한 거 많이 이렇게 시도하시던데.
우리나라는 그게 딱 정해져 있어.
아 해야 되는
공모전에 렌더링 스타일도 정해져 있어. 그게 그거야. 그러니까 렌더링이 안 된 스케치업,
스케치업에 그림자만 넣는 거로 되나?
스케치업에 그림자만 있는 스캔이거든. 그래서 모든 회사가 다 비슷한 에스테틱을 가진 거야.
우리나라 윗사람들이 너무 돈 많이 들어간다고 막 바꾸는데. 아 그래서 그걸 줄이려고. 그래서 막 라이브도 그렇게 하고 아닌 거. 지금은 렌더링이 돈이 안 들어가는데 아직도 그렇게 하고 있는 게 이해가요. 그지.
그래서 모두가 다 그 비슷한 느낌이 그거야.
아 저는 막 여러 개 싫어하시는 줄 알았어요.
그냥 혈안 들어.
그거 만든 제네레이션 건축가들하고 이렇게 건축가들하고 사이가 별로
그 스케치업으로 정해놓은 것도 신기하잖아.
아 그거 스케치업으로 해야 돼. 그래서
스케치업일 필요는 없는데.
하는 방법이 있어.
꼭 스케치업일 필요는 없는데 약간
그게 그거를
느낌 그렇게 됐지 사실.
아니 스케치업 그거 가지고 만들 때 그렇게 하라고 했어. 하시는 분이 밀던 분이 딱 보니까 루비 그 말씀하시는 거예요?
공모전 지침 보면
선생님이 그림까지만 표현되는 스케치업에서
그림자는 허용되고 렌더링은 안 되고 이 모든 걸 읽어보면
그러니까
스케치업의
아직도
그 느낌이긴
더
해.
이상 렌더링은 돈 많이 안 들어가는데 아직도 이거 고집하는데
아직도 그거 하려고 저 한국에 있을 때 시작된 건데.
아직 똑같아요. 네.
자기네들 할 줄 모른다는데 인하우스에서 하고 싶으니까 요즘 말 레빗을 많이 쓰잖아요. 그냥 디자인할 때 그렇게 좋은 게 아니야. 아 그죠? 프로덕션 할 때 좋아야 되는 거지. 왜 그거를 굳이 처음 뭐 공모전이 아니다. 주어지는 한 건 처음 하면 되지. 하던 거 하면
AI 시대에.
오케이.
Okay. 9 minutes, okay?
Yep.
We hope 6 minutes.
Yes. Hello, my name is Yuri. I focused on the different boundary space created by the small shop spread throughout the virtual shop. When the shops are closed, the boundary is cut off by a flat surface, the shutter. But the moment the shop opens, their territory expands onto the sidewalk and even into the road. Through the box, awning, chairs, table, cot, and motorcycle,
come out onto the street. Through these elements, the boundary becomes three-dimensional and the width of the street keeps changing. In this process, pedestrians naturally encounter the different boundary of the shop. Within this expanded boundary, various activities and interaction take place. I observed the site at 3 different times, 9 a.m., 6 p.m., and 11 p.m. I observed the site along this route, and overlay how the boundary changed over time. For example, this so smart, sorry. This picture was taken 11 p.m. So the shelter is good. However, it's 6 a.m. Table and chair were placed in front of shop and people were gathered and talking. And additionally, by mapping my observation, I was able to, by mapping my observation, by mapping this, this diagram is mapping. So I was able to compare how the different industry of Gangsang market and Jungbu market create different type of boundary. Gangsang market is mostly based on wholesale business. So interaction mainly happen between shop owner and delivery workers or through the movement of goods. In front of the shop, there are showcase and bus, awning, and cars and motorcycle. This space is used less like a street and more like the older sport yard. On the other hand, Jungbu Market, which mainly sells dried seafood, is more retail-based. Displayed product and chair and table come out in front of the shop. This creates a more open boundary that actively draws people in. In conclusion, I think the various shops and their boundaries in 307 makes the street and people's activity more three-dimensional.
Okay. Move on to the next. On the site, especially in the Balkan market, I focus on the faucet and the display. And the transparency of the faucet reveals the internal mechanism and the products to the outside, as you can see. And in Jungbu Market as well, the faucet or the face of the shop directly exposes the goods almost without any filter. From this, I began to think that the faucet and the material are not solid walls, but spaces formed by accumulated products, kind of the images. This faucets also reveal the mechanism inside. And this led me into questions. And the first question is mostly related with them. What kind of relationship could be formed through the faucet between the public area and the private area of the sales and productions? While analyzing the site, I set up the legend to understand the interior space and the display method in more detail, and I classified them as follows. Based on this legend, with the transparency, I can through in them and draw the furniture arrangement and the workplace and the name and find some outdoor features. And from this observation, I trace the and I also observe the main working group on the black one is often located at the center of the shop. And I have to overlay with my friends, so I put them another layer on here. And the background is same as here. And I trace the movement and the perspective at the producer, which is located at the center of the stores. And I find some relationship each other's, and it will be the potential of the outdoors and interiors relationships. And I also find the next potential. And the gray line is today's growth line, and with the perspective and the movement of the producers, the facade will be the kind of spaces through into the inside, and finally afterward the facade of the store can be movable into the spaces, and it will become line to spaces with the 3 dimensions. And this is the afterward. And finally, I will show you the collage image for this one. And in my conclusion, facade expanded into space, blurring the boundary between interior and exterior. And this is the kind of feather images that would show the vibe of the spaces. And the next.
I will be explaining how we approach the sites and we try to understand. And after a few works, I realized that the facade was never static. I constantly changed through the moment of people, product, delivery, cards, and everyday work. This let me understand the facade not as an architectural object, but as a visible interface of the interior economic system. And our question is like, what makes the hidden economic system and temporary visible? So, and the human we try to explain the human interface as the first economic exchange happened through people. The seller phase was the first interface where the trust and communication were created. And I want to move on like the mobile interface. This interface started to move, and cards carried both the seller and the product, making the economic system visible in different places. And the economic interface, the shop facade has become the main interface that only shows on a small part of the production and not network behind it. While observing in Zero, I realized these 3 interfaces still existing together, and the facade is constantly changed through people, production, and daily work. And I create some site work, and these are the Yakut Ajuma system. It's related to understand the
Please,
It's really intellectual presentation for the same group. So that you can point out.
Yeah, it's blue screen. Why don't you point out here?
Yeah, mobile interface.
I followed the Yakut delivery ratio. Is in the document, it's covered. And
Look over there. This one is hollow.
Why is not coming down?
It's our current rules, and I photographed each stop and understanding its relationship with the surrounding area. So the Yakut Duma system helps work, and I just try to understand our research. This is what makes the hidden economic system and temporary visible.
Could you just show the slide more? Because there was no screen as well.
Yeah, this is one, but I can show
Yeah, yes.
for I follow it. I can and the people communication.
Could you explain which one that you never explained?
First, we stay in the metro station and waiting the people from the but not so much. There's a bar.
So that screen is.
Yeah,
So
the metro station.
so the screen show now.
Yeah.
You should say.
Railway conversion like means exchange, maybe the time and the whole picture.
What's the demographics of the customer of so what kind of people can
The hierarchy is the same level, but I don't know the middle or the lower level.
Was there anybody who bought Yakult when you're following, observing?
Things like they video following the older people house, and their stuff is generally like the older people house and shops.
Oh, okay.
And she checking their houses, everything is okay, and
Wow.
this kind of supporting system.
Oh, and is she?
So it's economy again, power and the system relationships.
So did she have a lot of conversation with the customers in the shop? Wow, like how are you?
Did you understand them?
I don't understand, but
Okay.
I just feel their relationship. They're generally basic. How are you? And it's like
Yeah, but still.
this kind of
Okay.
lots of people work in this kind of, and the whole area is like
these are. Also,
So there is different way for the,
people are,
so is she coming every day?
yeah. And, 8 and 6 o'clock there starts with something, and for delivery it's like 7 o'clock there starts, and 10 o'clock is finished.
I would like to pose a question to you. So you observed this 3D boundary, and you started to observe the differences between the two markets and how the 3D boundary is also a little bit different, depending on the goods they were selling. It made me question about, for example, digital. I guess in that area there are parts that are more regulated and there are parts that are like still keeping more traffic more. And I was wondering that maybe that could be something that you could consider in seeing how the 3D boundaries play. Does this like this metropolitan or the state governance of this or their attempt to control this area have affected the way their 3D boundaries have changed over time? I think now that was starting to emerge in your conversation, and I'm really interested to hear more about how 3D boundaries are not only shaped by just individual shop owners, but also the city at large. But also, I'm really interested in, because I think you're very capable, you can draw very good drawings. But also, I'm interested, if you're interested in 3D boundary as an architect, how do you define that shape? Do you start to quantify it in a certain way? Is there a typology? Is there a certain dimension to the units of the 3D boundary? Like, what is the dimension of the chair that they're using? What is the table? I think that will help you to understand. It will rather than, it's not a medium job. It will help you really understand what spatial implication is, and congrats on observing such an important aspect of what you. I think so. I didn't catch both of your names.
My name is Sojin.
Sorry, I didn't see. Sojin, sorry. So Sojin, I think it was very satisfying to see finally the inside of the shops, and I think as you explained, it lent itself because there was some transparency to the facade, and you have to. As much as I really appreciate 3D boundaries, there is always this negotiation between when private starts to bleed into the street. It's always not always good, it's not always bad, but there is a negotiation. And the reason why you were able to see inside was because of this kind of more like thinner facade. I think that's something that's a very interesting comparison. Yeah, I really like that I started. Like before you in the other maps, I was always penetrating only the threshold. Because you started to go inside, I would really like to see how that might give you a weapon that other people don't have in finding. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. Seda, I think it's interesting that you call it the Yakuto Atuma, but I also want to warn you that Yakuto Atuma is everywhere. They call it everywhere. If you go to residential, you go to any parts of Seoul, they're really there. And so I would urge you to also look at how her movements might be defined by the locality, because there is a universality to the Yokotachuma, even though you might, because you don't have, I'm not sure how your experience in Seoul is, you have to know what is universal and what is specific to the region.
It means from now on they have started to think about combination because the hypothesis I said as well, the human interface and mobile interface.
Yes.
The network becoming interface. And also they already think about the interface, opening and outside. I like the zooming out. Except for the feather you show the slide.
The feather?
I said that I hate this one.
Yeah.
I really hate that kind of analogy. I said to her so many times it doesn't work, but she's really keen to use it. It's fine. But except that one, I kind of like it.
Actually, as you were talking about, I like this. That comment is really interesting because I think in that stage we have in test chance where we can, as for personally, we do hyperlogicalized about situation. Or if you know, right? So I don't do this follow-up research, but it has a certain kind of tendency of, control. So they needed to setting up the kind of framework how to control the city, to make the three-dimensional kind of spaces. Of course, the future has been either or transformed like this way, very free. So government knows everything about this, but they can't really control it. But they are controlled by themselves. They know each other how to control, how to manage. So with that kind of like project is moving on, so maybe nice to propose something. So next step or how to make a density or how to design different kind of facade or some other kind of renovation project. They combine certain situation as a kind of frameworks or as kind of manuals some kind of things. So it's nice.
Maybe accurate? Your drawings. It's very accurate though. It's not, all of those informations are very accurate and I really appreciate that. But as Tamosan said, this kind of analogy can cancel those accurate measurements and so on. And so no, that I don't think he personally hates that kind of approach. It's nothing wants to.
Okay, so if you have a okay, so shall we move on? Thank you.
Okay, shall we start? Hi everyone, my name is Jang Hee.
This is Sonu.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna introduce a little bit of our brief to Jacob. Communal block, the housing question of Korean apartment. Obviously, apartment is the most prevalent type, which constitutes Seoul's urban form. We believe this is the decisive factor shaping our collective memory. Of course, the collective memory is not always pleasant. It can be very traumatic. So many incidents and violences have accompanied the construction of the apartment. However, we are not entirely pessimistic, nor do we feel defeated. We believe just as the apartment has been deployed as a power over the oppressed, it can also be deployed as a power for the oppressed. As architects, not as politicians or economists, we are happy to dive into
the possibility of the communal block emerging out of the existing apartment. Our method is type. Type is the deep structure underlying how things are put together. It is not a static or predetermined system, but one that constantly changes, shaped by individual cases, even as it gives them order. So we work on two levels, the specific and the general, the universal. Every case study has to be studied individually, closely according to its site and construction method. At the same time, we borrow from and contribute to the existing typology of the Korean apartment. In this way, the generingness and repetition of the current apartment becomes, for us, a resource, a power to study and to propose the new apartment. The legibility deployed by the state and the construction companies is in fact become tool for us. We believe making a clear order legible is not an arrogant gesture by an architect, but an act of giving a form to the community inside and outside of the Danji.
I would just like to, this is the first, this is the slide that we had from the day one. Our brief was to draw a new Korean apartment, given the existing structures of our case studies. I'll let you read the brief through, but I just want to, before the students present their own work, I just want to give an overview of the structure. So two people were formed one group, and one group had one case study. We have 4 groups in total. We have 4 case studies. 한강 apartments, 여의도 시범 apartment, 잠실 주공 apart, 잠실 주공 phase 5 apartments, and Olympic Village apartment. They span from decade of the 1970s to late 1980s. And this is the total unit number. So you start to see from their case studies that there is a increase in scale in how these apartment centers formed. 한강 and Jamsil was developed by the Korean National Housing Corporation, Yeouido and Olympic Village by the Seoul Housing Corporation. And the typical plan that the students were analyzing, each are composed of 3 bedrooms. So we tried to kind of unify the scale in which we investigate, but also to see the continuity in history and how that might be adapted in the future. Shall we students?
Do you want to read it?
I am sure.
Okay.
Please draw a new Korean apartment. The new Korean apartment is a communal block. The new Korean apartment appropriates the existing structure and the Danji approach. The new Korean apartment reinforces the rational design of the Korean apartment. The new Korean apartment uses industrial materials to reduce cost and enhance efficiency. The new Korean apartment minimizes individual space and maximizes collective space. The new Korean apartment does not consider reproductive labor as a natural duty of women. The new Korean apartment is not only for living, but for working. The new Korean apartment includes urban program and becomes a city itself.
Cool. So we have the 20 minutes for each student, and so I'm gonna read the 8 minutes.
다 깨져.
So my name is John, and this is Han, and we worked on the Hangang Mansion. So the construction of the apartment finished in 1971 to house rich people, and it was to convince the lower to middle class of the apartment safety after the Wau incident. It is located on the north side of the Han River, surrounded by schools and other tanjis and public hangars.
The apartment Sangha was where the Korean delivery system first started, as the owners of the Sangha delivered goods for free. The Sanghas are looking at the top three apartments. The first two levels were Sanghas. Also, there is community market that is set up on the weekends along this side of the kanji, and the apartment also introduced central heating on the side, which was done here.
For the typical floor plan, the shape of the Hangang Mansion, which was phase 1 of Korea's apartment typology, is a flat type. The apartment first introduced the Western type of living, dividing living area into sleeping room. So it had every one staircase for each 2 units, and but each same unit was mirrored and repeated throughout the whole floor. The type we were researching was the type B, which had this is the kitchen area, and there is maid room, which is like common business. During researching the archive, what looked like a wall structure from the beginning turned out to be a column diamond structure.
So this is the new plan that we're proposing. So we wanted to embrace the idea of the existing community center, and we wanted to create like a new axis along the market. So we kind of expanded the existing market that only existed with here. We kind of expanded to the west side of the Danji as well, to open up Danji for nearby communities as well. So at the moment there is wall from this side and that to the right side of the Danji, but we just wanted to open that up for the communities. So the core subject of living is craftsmen and apprentices, ranging from young adults to seniors. We wanted to tackle the housing shortage and social disparity with this kind of communal living, where they're able to craft goods and sell the goods on the market. We created like 3 types of floors, one with open floor, and one with like semi-open floor, and one with closed floor. So you'll see these ones will be the open, where the ground level is completely opened up, and then this will be like semi-open, and then this one will be fully closed. And this is possible because we have the column structure. And then and within those spaces we'll house like workshops, workout facilities, like other places, necessary services like washing machines, and like gyms, etc. These floors serve the residents as well as the nearby community. And then we also moved all the cars to be parked on this side of the Danji, because since we're having single or double households, we thought there will be less need for cars on the other side. Yeah.
For our proposal for the site plan, we focused on utilizing the existing columns in structure. We wanted to connect the entire floor as one fluid unit. It was modified in a way it still respects and maintains building's reputed system of units. By sharing most of the communal spaces, the others are allocated with a minimal amount of individual space. This shifts the focus of daily life to interaction between creative presence. The main idea for this spatial manipulation was to establish the boundaries between communal spaces. The communal areas are connected throughout the floor, creating movements and flows. Ultimately, this design aims to assist and inspire creative and collective work. By dissolving the rigid borders, the architecture naturally leads people to wander around different communal workspaces, and the users can constantly create new collective experience wandering around space.
This is just a work in progress of the actual diagram and perspective drawing. You can see how the market is operating in between the doors, and then you also see like the open space that has a bit of ground level laid out. You can also see the workshop. Yeah. And this is also work in progress. You can see here is the individual living spaces connected with the communal kitchen area. This is the staircase which connects the whole door that we talked about, and other communal spaces, work spaces are open to the back side of the door.
Are you keeping the number of units?
The general
Number of the units? Like 660 units for the whole complex.
but that would be like a lot higher.
We have a
and now it's gonna be
So it's kind of like refurbishment project, right?
Yes.
So did you guys, remodel the small on top of
Do you have extensions above?
Yeah.
we just clear out the ground floor and
Just clear the ground floor and
yeah,
then
so ground floor used
keeping
to
the
be
old.
just like residence as well, but now we just clear that.
The other thing I wanted to mention in the introduction, but I really wanted to give the floor to students really quickly. Each group was kind of focusing also on the heritage of the heritage language that governs the Benji and the apartment. So in this case, there's a very strong tendency for further.
So they are keep using, so you just get some of that stuff.
Yeah, not only structures, but also the logic as well. Yeah.
I like the project and then it's clearly showing the ideas, but what I'm curious is the Korean apartment has like so many social background and historical reasons of the how it comes, because if you see that like Hangang Mansion is one of the first apartment has like huge living room systems, and because that is like built in 70s and 70s has certain aim of the like goal of the housing complex as should achieve, and in this case you have to argue the first your argument you need to bring some like social aspect or the value of this era, like, so I think that is a little bit confusing because I can clearly see what you want to achieve, but you have to speak yourself and you point out the what kind of you have to define what is the 2026 and why you want to bring these ideas into, and also because the Hangang Mansion is facing to the Han River, at the same time it's facing the south part, like to bring the sunlight in, and because your unit is like keeping the what some part are facing the south and some part are facing the north, and you have to mention about it why you are making the like this.
I think I totally agree with those Charles, and also, I think you better to tell us what would be the very interesting or very significant elements or aspects of existing laws. What is the meaning of the content historical, and how they has been shaped for certain family groups, and then now you are changing a similar type of family how different. So then how you can use that kind of protocol by making a different format of the book. So I think it would be possible, but I don't really see now this is really perfect kind of energy shape the structure is beautiful by looking at color situation. So it's really very interesting. But I really want to know more why you decided that. By drawing about your own units and your own type sentences.
Yeah, not to make an excuse. That's it's really huge project, and we actually
I understand.
read the political like a background of how, as you just mentioned, we presented in the first day, and this is for the students. We already had a very, very specific brief that we just shared. So, I mean, of course, there are a lot of reasons to make it communal, but this is actually not the students' work. I mean, that's the shared goal for us to make it communal. So, I mean,
but at least they need to show the decision, what kind of decision making.
For sure, yeah.
And also maybe Danji is a Danji in Japan. But the most important point is floor dimension. So that is one easiest way, just decrease in floor dimension. But how to deal with apparently it's like more like a luxury, very nice. So it's expensive, not like the story of the front that you
But for me personally, it's for the plan. Actually, you are making us minimize the private spaces and then making public space because you put front of each house. It's kind of interesting layout.
I think what you are trying to do, just by
You can also kind of add on the reason why we're able to have bedrooms of both north side and south side is because we wanted to drive people out to the communal spaces that receive more sunlight. So we thought it was not like important to have actual just direct sunlight from south to south side.
Can you show me the EDC program?
What I really got this is I was misinformed that it was a load-bearing wall structure, but they were the ones who studied the typical plan very carefully. They went to the historical archive and they found that it was a ramen structure with columns and beams. So that was a discovery that we really congratulated them for. And then, but because of that, they were able to come up with a freeing the plan and opening up the units to the other side of the floor.
But I think what kind of a drawing are you going to produce for the final?
I think it's all the same like this, but more
developed. So actually, we put the axle there in a very primary way, but we will be working on with inhabiting it even more. So right now, it's just almost the shell of what it's supposed to be.
I think it would be really nice to blow it in super big plan for whole time. Yeah. First ground floor and then top floor, and some certain levels floor, and the huge floor that size.
And you mean there's plotted everywhere.
But maybe next week we will go to the next. That I'm really wondering what's going on on the ground floor of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So this is the first level where everything's cleared out, and then now we have like open spaces that are like used for barbecues, so like these ones are like open spaces, and they're in like an order of like A, B, C. So we categorize into like the open one being A, and then it's like divided into two closed spaces. There'll be like B type. If it's fully closed, there'll be C type, and then the majority of the C types are occupied as workshops, and then B types are sometimes connected, or some majority of them are used for like services like washing machines and like stuff like that. And then actually I forgot to mention, like, because of the market access being located here, it creates like more like a quieter or like private space of Tanji here, which where I place the library.
And it's a pillar structure, right? So when you say it's cleared up, we have
we'll just have like open colors.
I think for the workshop, it's quite difficult to judge how big it is, what is the density.
Yes.
So I really want to see actually critical point of view for investors, how to develop the common growth, how to control the common growth between common spaces and the private spaces, also as a sectional level planning. And this part where quite interesting things to how to relate about that. So
I think, so, I mean, like for me, one big question is if you have this kind of column structure and you have this ability to kind of make it very different because you don't have floor breakdowns. I'm a bit wondering why your floor plan is so repetitive. Because it's yeah, you can bring your proposal.
So like
you can go back. Because I mean, one of the advantages of, let's say, communal and advantages and challenges of communal living is that you want to have kind of a gradient that goes from public to private. And I think in your solution right now is very like kind of black and white, either private or on public. And so I'm wondering if we kind of, you know, if you kind of use the fact that you can be more free in the floor plan, if you could kind of create more like, okay, that's the private areas, and then there's something that is a bit in between, you know, because I think to move from the kind of, I have my own apartment and all of it is private, to I have a very, very small place and everything else is public, it's kind of a big statement, which I mean, it's good to make, but it's also, I think, needs to be kind of fight a bit with the reality of what, let's say, people living want. So I think it could be interesting to try to play with a bit that gradient. And I think the floor plan allows you to do that because when you can put the walls more or less wherever you want.
Exactly, I would add on it, like maybe like emphasize that it's like a structure, like a column and slab system structure, and also maybe showing the core as well, like that you have the design freedom of that you can control the floor plans a little bit more, and then it's more like understandable, like okay, it's totally different floor plan, and it really enhances the argument process.
That's good. Sorry, I keep jumping in. I just want to say that Jungle has had so many iterations of the same floor plan. And there was one version where it was like totally free round, like office, and so I just want to give them the credit that we try to edit it so that everyone has the same format and that we start to read it as a collective project. So we can't add in all the iterations, but I just want to add that you have done that work and already, and we can start incorporating that again.
Yeah, also the reason why we chose the typical floor plan is actually to make a consistent the language between the site plan, proposed site plan as well. They try to make this the rectangle grid to the typical floor plan and the site plan. Okay. There will be another making it a copy of calculation.
Hi everyone, my name is Wingi.
My name is Won Jun-jeong.
Today we will introduce about Hiroshima and about this reconstruction. So let's start. First, I will introduce about site context and site plan. Hiroshima apartment is surrounded by financial institutions, high-rise office buildings, and apartment complexes with similar forms. This is because beginning in the 1970s, Yeouido was transformed into a regional planned city that supported Korea's rapid economic growth. As a result,
Nearby complexes such as Shibong, Sambu, and Gwangjang share similar forms and planning systems. Looking more closely at the complex, the slab type. Looking more closely at the complex, the slab type apartment buildings are repeatedly arranged on grid, square grid. Some buildings were rotated or repositioned to accommodate commercial facilities, public bathhouse, a swimming pool, and a park. This project is so significant because it transformed the general spaces between the buildings into parks while introducing commercial facilities to support the larger residential community. The apartments also were oriented toward the southwest, likely to improve daylight and natural ventilation.
Great. For the next, I will explain about the typical floor plan of Korean apartments or TIP. As you can see here, there are 4 units per floor, and each unit can accommodate up to 4 people in one family with 2 kids, which have 157 square meters. And from the pool, there is a portal that connects the 4 units. And next to the typical floor plan proposal, my subject was highlighting and enhancing the communal spaces, and also at the same time minimizing the private space. From the fourth step, I discovered the three sort of grids from here. And the first grid was discovered in here, which was 3.5 by 4.5. And also there were more 2 grids here, 5.5 by 4.4 and 4.5 by 4.5. Since our goal was minimizing the dwelling unit doesn't has to be require huge space like 5.5 by 4.5. So replace the dwelling unit in the smallest grid. In the case of 4.5 and 4.5 grid, we place it the same size of dwelling unit and stairs to people can climb up to the duplex. And in the case of 5.5 and 4.5 grid, we place the communal spaces like courtyard, which have 5.5 floor per square meter. And some common spaces like living room, kitchen, or share office. And this okay. And these dwelling units are going to join the courtyard, and they're small. People only can sleep and placing some benefits. Like this, we try to count every columns, but we demolished some slabs and beams. And there was a beam and slabs here, but making the courtyard and duplex, some slabs and some beams were demolished. Yes.
While considering the typology of the Anji, we concluded that apartment complexes in Yoido have become standardized in the name of efficiency and rationality. Even today, housing units are still designed around the Gumminyeongsu, the Korean standard apartment size, and many apartment complexes promote an increasing number of community facilities, as if the quantity of programs alone could create a sense of community. To us,
this often feels like a fast promise of collectivity. Based on this observation, our response is to reinforce axis and words. Within Nanji, there are already many elements capable of defining these conditions: parking areas, commercial facilities, and previously only faced surrounding streets and other existing infrastructures. Rather than treating these elements as simple as infrastructure, we reinterpret them as filters that strengthen both the axis and the boundaries of the site. Our proposal returns the apartment complex to its residents while encouraging genuine community life. At the same time, we imagine new forms of urban interaction through the free plan at the ground level and a market located within peripheral park space in here, which we call the zone of collision. Next, about axonometry. We had to make decisions about the axonometric view rather quickly, so we still have many questions about it. Instead of presenting it as a final answer, we would like to explain our intentions and the questions are still asking. Our first intention concerns the camera composition. We position the view so that two programs can be seen through the space between the apartment buildings and the wall. Just before producing this axonometric drawing, we reviewed both our proposed typical plan and the site plan. We realized that the core idea connecting these two squares is the relationship between the courtyard and in the typical plan and the larger courtyard that appear at the scale of the site plan. These parts and these parts. Our second intention was to give the wall a three-dimensional presence. We decided to make the wall 6 stories high, half of the height of apartment buildings, because we wanted to create a strong architectural boundary while still allowing daylight to reach the site. However, we still questioning this decision. To emphasize the concept more strongly, we are considering whether the wall should instead be the same height as the apartment buildings.
Okay, for the next, I'll find the perimeter view here. And this is a couple of spaces I planned. And the image you're showing now, you're looking at with, is this from the floor with difference and the ceiling for second floor. And I want to highlight this view because the dwelling in my plan was very small, very narrow, and very short. People feel uncomfortable, and thus they take a large scale space of road and very high in height. So I think this space is the most crucial space in my plan. So I placed the camera so that the one looking this view feels exactly the same feeling of the typical way view. And so the view became like this. Okay.
Do you have plan for the? I don't know how to
The courtyard?
point. Yeah, the courtyard for the new.
I think the drawing is a bit too pixelated over here, but that one is a bit better than that one.
What's the program for the vertical volume there?
I think that will be expand of typical plan programs. House
So dwelling units.
So that would be multi-purpose open space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
House or
You're still bigger.
probably best.
Mm. So I want to see the plan for the sixth floor. I don't know. This is like upper floor, right?
Yeah.
And on their part, and then I think I like this project because this unit is focusing on the Danji as a complex. At least, like this Yoido one feels like they're considering about the like site plan as the footage for the urban structure. So and I still maybe I missed some point of the boundary of the site. There is like that linear thing is marked, right? Could you point out? That is the market surrounded whole site.
The parking lot.
Parking lot.
So
That's parking.
Gonna be like the whole boundary.
Where is the hundred?
The upper part. Yeah.
On northern side of the set.
Because and the Yoido apartment has some arcade on the arcade system in here, existing thing.
Yes.
So I think that can be also you can consider as a into the site and together because Yoido that Yoido complex has so many layers in here, so.
I think for me, I really like to make a focus about what has new structures and also minimize as much as you can as a room and then maximize common space into your most interesting. But still, I just wondering how you guys deal with building. Andy is quite functional for the apartment, and the perimeter blocks has been changing in different instances. And at the time, I think they produce some kind of for commercial building, there's a lot of blocks of the buildings, like maybe the Juwon apartment, maybe New Township, yeah. Forward on and the apartment, I like that kind of commercial line along the street. But they might have it, I guess. But you guys I really it would be nice to deal with it. Whether you to develop.
And why did you decide to keep those 5 buildings there?
Is it existing or you want to change it?
That's the existing
one.
Do you want to remove it or?
First, I love the context of between Hangang Riverside Park and this complex and this complex. But I don't like city context of this complex. So parking line sometimes feeling to me really giant wall. So I composed it.
You created like a buffer zone between the big business space and the is that how
Yeah.
it's the residential part? And then you open the Danji up towards the riverside. It seems like you have not faced the parking lots to the other side, right?
Yeah, lot.
Should be the edge is a toilet. It's a toilet.
It's a washroom on the cabin bus, right?
So can you see the possible? So our unit, the upgrade funds.
Yes.
Next page.
The accent.
Next page.
Yeah, so that we don't do like a viewpoint or focus point on the most important. Yeah, as like a specialty. So that is toilet. So that I'm wondering why you guys were doing this symmetry or big same question, how to decide that kind of configuration. So but maybe there must be very strict module. So how do we configure the module is quite important. But just be careful about that. You find the toilet you don't want to go there.
I think it's a very good point, like in a corridor at the end, having maybe a window for residential, which doesn't have apartments usually. So, yeah, I mean, my university in Germany, it has a very similar position like this. It was really working well with this actually for, let's say, for multi-purposes. But so from my point of view, the floor plan looks very efficient. So I would like to ask you to, like, would you like to live in this apartment? Because the rooms was very small. So, what is your opinion?
Would you like to live in here?
I guess. Not for 1, 2, 3 or 5 years, but
3 months.
Maybe 6 months.
6 months.
3 months.
3 or 6, yeah.
No.
No, it's no.
I think for me, and I think actually this is huge block to design on wood, you know. So I really wanted to buy focus to achieve a certain degrees of the popular. So whether you are focusing on the some whole kind of site plan, kind of site plan drawings in order to show us new types of lines as a method, or you're focusing on the certain area, just showing the some configuration or new arrangement of the single house common blocks, whether as a section or as a matrix. So you have to study that first time, which one you are focusing. Now they kind of say it's more for this new review. So because I'm really interested in having some cathedral in this block actually. This is the Songdang. Yeah, they have Songdang in the block. Also, there are huge food park as well.
Yeah,
There are
that's
commercial
cool.
streets as well. So already they have certain types of communal spaces. So they provide so many different types of communal spaces. So the question is how we can reshape, reconstruct the communal space by having new typological way. So that's the interesting thing to look at. But now, as a time scale, it's difficult to see as a site plan. So you have to decide what kind of things you want to focus.
I agree, because what I read from the brief of your unit was more focusing on the danji itself than the units or some little details. I think to see the proposal for the danji and the complex is more interesting, and the brief is keeping saying things like not just seeing as a like one apartment building is as an urban structure. So I think it can be more interesting.
But just adding to what you just highlighted, I guess what we wanted to teach within this working space of this 10-day workshop was to see how multi-scalar some decision rooms
Yeah,
are.
I can
Yeah,
understand.
so the implications are both directions, but I agree with you that there might be, depending on the case study, there might be some emphasis on the danji more than a typical floor plan. Yeah, but we'll have to figure it out.
I feel like danji is so much more crucial things to look at the program apartments.
Yes.
Every 10 years, danji has been changing. So nowadays, gated community very, very strong.
Yeah.
So we cannot any communal spaces for gated apartment blocks. But at the time, 1970s was very romantic era.
Yes.
To open the
Yeah, true, true.
outside, right? They're really romantic era, actually developed by the LH. So they are probably quicker, probably distribution of the open. It's quite common for now, but if we are doing this always new development, maybe noise comes in, new capitals comes in to control everything like the data community. So how we can involve, how we can achieve certain amount of the computer spaces in the capitalist way, in the capitalist to the power of society. Not like that time, but we can control the time of knowledge. So it's one of the interesting things to
Okay, thank you.
Double.
Getting triple for free.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jess, and this is Dina, and we're doing Junction 5 apartments. So it is number 3 here, located on the south side of the Han River, and there's Lotte World on the sort of other side, right next to the site. So these apartments were built at a time where modernization was really being embraced, and the high-rise typology was embraced across the site. So each of the buildings are 15 stories high, and the slabs are 100 meters long. So it's a very, very big scale. And as a result, the space in between each of the buildings is very large as well.
So looking first at the existing site, there are 2 different typologies, the tower and the slab. This was because it was kind of a period of testing in the country development. And the other note that we had was there's a really ordered external ring and then a very random core, which is like a kind of island with this vehicular loop that goes around with the 3 entry points there. And this like randomness of the central core was something that we really wanted to address as well. And then even because it was one of the first developments on the south side of the Han River, it was very insular and looking inwards, and it's not really associated with any of its context. So that was another design move we wanted to make. And then within the plan unit, it was one typology. There's a central core that services the entire slab, which is 5 units on either side, so it was a very efficient structure. And it was the same unit mirrored every point along, which serviced the nuclear family with 4 bedrooms and a central living room, which we really liked and we wanted to keep.
So this is now our proposed site plan and typical floor plan. On the site-wide scale, it's a bit hard to see the path, but there's a design line that we've connected from the sort of northwestern side, which is the Han River, down to Jamshul Station. So it like moves all the way diagonally through the site. And another planning move, so this cuts through specific locations up here. These cut through, then here, and then here as well. So those were specific locations that there was limited parking on the site, because then we could kind of afford to have a few less units where that breakthrough was happening. And the purpose of this desire path was sort of to connect a more public route through the site and kind of addressing what was happening in the context around the light of Tachi. The next planning move was, and maybe we'll flick back to show the difference, the sort of diagonal chaos in that central island was sort of more flattened out to have this more cohesive language throughout the entire site planning. And so yeah, mostly with the rotated parking spaces. And then as I mentioned earlier, there's quite a lot of room which we sort of defined as a bit of a buffer space in between each of the buildings. So this region here, this was existing parking here, so we've kept that, but actually designed a sort of terraced car park system, so it wasn't really big flat space and then a super tall building, but more of a sort of stepped terrace. So that gradual approach going to the building, and then also the top level of that, instead of looking down and seeing a lot of cars, we're going to green it and make it sort of a pedestrianised area, so you can park your car, go up to this top sort of green space, and then enter the apartment directly from these terraced car parks into the building.
And on the unit scale, our collective objective, as just started mentioning, was this drive towards increased buffer space, which stimulates increased use of public spaces and kind of incidental interactions. So this was achieved on, or this was attempted to be achieved on multiple scales, and that was our kind of biggest design move was this shared kitchen that kind of hugs the core. We really liked the idea of this core servicing the entire building, so that was kind of the collective communal spaces were centered around there, with the amenities like the bathrooms wrapped around the core as well. And then it also keeps the symmetry of the building kind of mirrored on either side. The kitchen we identified as like a place to start community and connect with other residents in the building. And then because we're adding the kitchen, the question was how we could adapt the rest of the floor plan to kind of implement this change. And that we did originally. It was kind of each unit had 3 difficulty groups, and then we reduced it to 2 per unit. So we removed the kitchen and removed one of the bedrooms. But for both, we go from having just a type A unit to having a type A and a type B unit. And the living room still stays central in both of these types. And also the slightly different sized units of type A and type B also provide a more opportunity to have a social mix by having kind of 2-person and 3-bedroom and 3-person apartments. We did increase the number of units per floor as well, so now there's 12 units per floor, but now there's only 2 or 3 people per apartment. And the other key part of increasing buffer space was increasing buffer space in the corridor. Previously, it was kind of a 1 meter wide corridor that ran down the entire length of the building. And instead of doing this, we now have this kind of undulating curve that gets a lot wider around the kitchen and floor shared space. But it provides these little pockets that people can kind of, it also lines up with the doorways so that people can just stop outside the door and have a chat with the neighbour before entering their individual residences.
Okay, and I'll just move quickly to our 2 ideas for the visualization. So one is more sort of a perspective view of what's happening between that corridor that Dina was just speaking about, those pockets that pop out, and then actually accessing it from this car park space. So that ground floor is where the existing car parks are on the original site, but then we've just got one additional level, which also is shown quite well in the axonometric how that's the structure sort of gradually moving down, and then that top area from the apartments, you'll look down, instead of seeing lots of cars, it will hopefully be activated by people and greenery. So we're hoping to bring these 2 visualizations more to life to show how we're addressing that buffer space and really trying to make it more cohesive. So thank you, everybody.
I have a question for you both. Why did there is no reason to decide to centralize communal spaces around
the kitchen?
Yeah, kitchens. Why did you put on the center, not the spread out?
I think there was 2 main reasons we felt that was a good move. The first one being that since this central core serves both sides, and that was sort of something we really liked and worked well about the original design, we wanted to really just build up that core as a place for people to meet. And also we had a strong drive with the communal block brief to sort of decrease the private space where possible and increase the public space to sort of enable people to come together in parts of their routine that could align maybe and connect over. Do you have something to add?
Yeah, to add to that briefly, The other thing that we liked about the original design is kind of the efficiency of it, of having that central core. So we felt that this kind of played into that, like keeping everything centralized, and like, I'm forgetting the word that I'm wanting to look for, but like, yeah, efficient. And democratic. That's the first.
Yeah. I think you said accentuate earlier to me. Like, I feel like we wanted to accentuate the fact that that space could actually, because I mean, in the original plan, it's very efficient, just a use of getting up to your apartment. But then we thought maybe how can we really make it a bit of a hub, like accentuate that concept, but more of have more program, I suppose, other than just, well, yeah.
Maybe I am adding in too much to the group work and I'm adding my own interpretations. But I think you guys were really looking at why the living room, especially in Korean plans, is that way, especially coming from with a fresh eye. You were asking me a lot of questions about how did the consider become the living room become the center space of the school plan, and we were looking at urban hammocks and comparing the evolution of the school plan. And somehow unconsciously I feel like there is some continuity about centralizing the career space.
Yeah.
Plan.
Yeah. Yeah, I think removing this key space from the particular unit, and that was such a central and key part of each individual unit, I think it makes sense for it to be so central when it's moved to sort of a level or slab scale.
It feels like the living room off the floor.
Yeah, yeah.
Could you explain a little bit more detail to the units? What you changed from the previous and the after?
Yeah.
It's a little bit hard to understand. Like,
so this is the
this is previous one, right?
This is previous. Yeah, maybe it will be easiest to show you. So this is a single unit. So you enter from the door, and then there's the central living room, and then there were two smaller bedrooms which were equal, and then one larger bedroom. The kitchen is connected to the living room by this kind of like in between space, and then bathroom there. And then when I just leave in line, so then I split it into so this was the original, and now there's this and this one here. And kept basically this one the same, but I converted the kitchen into a second bedroom, which is quite small. And then this one here was a bit more tricky because it was two of the sets of small bedrooms. So instead you enter through, I kept the same like language of the doorway, and pop it into the second bedroom, and then this becomes the living room. And then the living room is still the point that you have to walk through to get to everywhere. So you still walk through that to get to both the secondary bedrooms. And then there's the little kind of in-between space which could be used as a study space or different functions for different occupants. I think part of them, it was also a bit smaller, so you picture this one as being like maybe two students living together or like something smaller, and it's also got the smaller balcony, so it felt appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering, I think I really like the idea to try to keep the efficiency, but I'm wondering if efficiency has the same meaning when you're developing apartments that are like individual apartments versus we're creating something communal. And so I'm just thinking about it very practically, about the poor guy that wakes up in the night in the last flat and needs to get something from the fridge. That's quite a lot.
Something
So I'm wondering if there could be some way, because probably efficiency, communal living doesn't mean, I mean, you talk about it, you talk about redundancy, the fact that you meet people and so on. But then I'm afraid that when all your communal space is in the center, I'm not entirely sure if that's really encouraging this more informal, let's say, way of living. So maybe there's an option to kind of spread it a little bit more.
Yeah, I would really like consider the outer courts. Actually, those stairs having an amazing view most of the time. Actually, and if you take pictures, it's beautiful. Also, but actually, there are most like people that store their stuff there. If you really look at them, and they mostly there's no smoke.
And actually, so maybe it could be a interesting space, like having the similar language that you have used for the parking lots, like an exoskeleton there, adding another structure.
Yeah, I think we overlooked it a bit, but I agree, it's probably a good opportunity, good space.
Yeah, well, also one of the reasons we try to collectivize and centralize everything is also for the maintenance. So you know, like that make everything much more less efficient. Yeah. Do you have more questions or feedback? For the
what is
for the images?
What are those platforms? What is the
Yeah, so this is a terraced car park idea for a couple of reasons. So, the original location of the car parking is on that northern side of the building. So that will remain. So kind of you come in from the road and you can park your car on that ground floor plane. But then we also have these additional levels because, well, I mean, one issue is the lack of parking. From all of the images, there's people parking in the playgrounds and all around. So we thought that that could be a nice way to, I mean, have more parking. But then also those kind of smaller cutouts on top, that top level. We haven't made it with any textures or colors or anything, but that one we want to activate and make quite green and maybe some seating, and then you can walk directly across, like from below. But we're gonna add stairs and
so
everything.
half parking and half park or something?
Yeah,
like that?
parking beneath, park on top.
I got
Yeah, kind of like yeah, turning the car park into a park almost.
I think because your group is more focusing on the like kitchen and some, I don't know, woman's role in the apartment building or something into like political, if you want to argue, make an argument. I think those platforms can be a part of that arguing like together as a, I don't know, like some kind of like market or some I don't know, co-living, some way of the outdoor kitchen or I don't know, dining or I think you can make it more development into the one direction, I think.
Okay. Program.
And I mean, looking at it in 3D now, I really think that what Gil was suggesting, so the idea of kind of using the ends and maybe using a similar length, because right now you connect kind of randomly to it, so you have your slab and then there's these three bridges which are there. But I think you could have a potential of maybe having your slabs kind of shift around and like almost reach out to the ends and to the center, so that it's not anymore like, okay, there's the apartment building and there's this platform, but they kind of become one thing in a way, and that could be cool.
I guess just an idea I've had now is like almost you can go up on the side as well to have it like that gradual approach in multiple areas. But yeah, I like it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the language of your approach is also the best versus the reality of this one. So I'm wondering what can be
Sure.
Something there. Any additions?
Yeah, I think for the side plan, I think that look, presently, I think looking to be, I think, very important triggers to design for kind of side plan together. So how to make a certain kind of blocks, or to get some kind of small blocks, or how to make a linear structures all together, I think sometimes. Now I think for the side plan, like the previous one, I can, but this one is more just following the existing logics of the side plan compared to the others. So I really wanted to develop a little more about how we can control change the side plan by linking the root structures to connect each other. But just you are just connected from the top to low, because looking is that. But we having more in Spanish idea to some other also like a certain area in between. But same as the other process, it's about time. Yeah, it's about time. It's huge stuff, and how we can control to achieve a certain degrees of the works, which your curious wants. you know?
No, maybe, yeah, maybe I can take this one. This is explain. So we deliberately chose this land of the typical floor plan and site plan.
Yeah.
So we should, and this is actually A4. So the argument and the gesture must be read from this scale. So that's our actually argument as well. So no, like and here we want to show the relationship between the land and building, how it meets.
Yeah.
And here, obviously, this is the most, let's say, experiential
Yeah.
the level. But
so
I think if we cannot see the detail, I think that's actually what this apartment, especially this case study, telling us.
Yeah.
We want to, so this is the scale that was designed, and because of that, we also want to, like deploy the same idea from this scale as well. So it should be read from,
So that's why, in that sense, maybe I think the site plan should be drawn more like for property where to design for time what would be your kind of argument or stance about how times we should like that?
Well, on this point, I just want to say that I think there are two approaches to it. Is you could always oppose the idea proposed first, and you could always embrace it. I think it's quite clear that you have embraced the linearity of the slabs quite. So I'm just saying that even if I think agreeing is not making a point. I just want to say that about them.
I think the very interesting of this time is that they have in kind of high-rise building on the middle.
Yes.
But I think you guys not doing it.
About the power.
Yeah.
The power thing.
How you can control the power. That's the one second.
I think that I think we didn't want to have like significant intervention. I think both of our approaches generally a bit more subtle. So we were a bit struck by the really tall towers, because in Sydney there's not really like this kind of super tall and then flat. So we didn't want to. Our approach was kind of trying to soften it, which is why we did those parking terraces. So we were trying to do it like less aggressive maybe approach rather than like kind of demolishing or changing really big gestures. I don't know, do you want to add anything to that stuff?
I think the nature of like the time frame, we maybe didn't want to tackle too much and not do it well. So I think we wanted to maybe focus on the slabs. But I think there's definitely, moving forward, we have time to maybe think about how we interact with the towers. Maybe not necessarily redesigning the towers, but I think we'll definitely look at the tower, like how it works around the towers, and then also obviously more decisions about the buffer space, like really how it works. And I think we've got some initial ideas, but now we're kind of getting to exploring it further.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you, everyone.
Last one.
The last one?
Yes.
After you finish the last one, we want to have a 30 minutes break to have lunch. Okay. That's good. Yeah, we don't really have it. Because I think each time we visit go somewhere about
I'm Lily. I would like to say our proposal for village apartment. The apartment density is located in St. Paul. Population is pretty high relatively. The site has huge green park, and people are visiting. And other green spaces are around this site. The essential points of building village apartments are shape of fancy and regular arrangements of buildings. Also, unit floor plan includes bedrooms, living room, dining room, kitchen for the entire family. Also, I will explain in theme site plan where the arrangement is important issues for design. Also, gradually ascending heights of apartments with the differences of 2 floors being designed for orientation of fancy and amount of sunlight in each building. And the river is the Rukati. Also,
Yeah. The existing 4-count unit has a family-oriented residential layout. The rooms, living room, kitchen, and bathrooms are clearly divided, and the units are organized around repeated floors and staircases. In each part, only 2 units, like unit 1 and 2. This is like I divided this units like 1 to 3, and share the elevator hall. Only unit 1 and unit 2 share an elevated hall. So this structure protects private family life, but the collective area is limited to the elevator hall and the staircase. Therefore, we wanted to expand this limited shared area into a more active community space. So. The new collective subject we propose is not simply a resident, but a person who creates a healthier way of living together with others. The residents do not experience exercise only as a private hobby. Instead, they naturally meet, move, and learn together in everyday daily life. Therefore, the sports facility can be not just an amenity. So, the proposer's plan is like that, and the main idea of the proposed floor plan is to divide one building into 3 parts. So the 2 sides are planned as a residential area, like here and there. And while the center is planned as a collective program space. In my proposal, the central area includes a table tennis room and squash courts. Like here is a court and here is a tennis table. Sorry. And it can change into another like facilities or sports centers, fitness facilities, and cultural space depending on the needs of the users. The lower floors of the building can be used as entirely like classrooms as school facilities like that. And in other words, the lower part becomes an educational facility, while the upper part combines residential units on both sides with a shared program in the center. The residential units on both sides are also not fixed, and while the structure remains the same, the unit layouts can change according to different residents. So this is our proposed visualization.
Yeah, so the proposed plan has new areas next to apartments. Yes. Yeah, new area next to apartments in Banji. New apartment will be offered for athletes. This new area for the buildings. Also, the new apartments will be offered for athletes and people who like to exercise in everyday life. And the new programs in apartment will be added. The athletic programs such as basketball court, tennis court, and so on are necessary. Also, the main idea I propose is that a lot of leisure facilities and athletic courts are provided for people who like to exercise and athletes, and the residential buildings will be offered for athletes. Maybe we say the residential areas. And also, additionally, I will make some green space with trees in the block with several buildings on the road. So the several buildings are enclosed with one block. So I will design some green space. And also maybe it could be any kind of community for users. Specifically, the order of existing danji would be kind of reference. So near existing danji, the schools could be demolished and the new buildings are added. Also, the residential buildings with jogging track, the long band would be behind the land. So the jogging track will be near residential area. And this axonometric unit is the green space for users in the one block.
And in the interior perspective, the relationship between private space and collective space becomes clearer. The long internal circulation representing residential units and the table-tennis space like louder are shown together and creating a condition where private living space and collective sports space are separated but not still connected. Still connected. Sorry. The important thing is that the sports space is not an isolated facility, and it is a space it is placed within the everyday circulation of the residents. As residents move through the building, they naturally encounter the sports spaces and see other people's activities. So, in conclusion, this project continues the context of Olympic Park and Olympic spirits, and we propose a new hybrid residential type where school, housing, and sports community operate together. Thank you.
And one of my questions is this Olympic village, the most outstanding characteristic is the radial layout of the complex. And why are you keeping that radial layout for it? Because if you want to keep or if you want to tackle some point of the layout, I think first off, the step you have to define or characterize what is this point of the radial things, and is it fit for your new apartment complex, or if you want to change it or somehow.
Maybe the radial arrangement will be the characteristics in this danji. So I just want to persist the continuity or consistency in design approach. So I just need to reflection on radial arrangement. So I just sometimes losing or sometimes pressing. So I just want to.
Yes, what I feel is you're talking that you're gonna put some jogging track. I don't know where it is, but could you point out
The jogging track this line is jogging track. And this is road to residential area.
So those athletic room in the floor plan, the table tennis or the tennis one, I think that can be go into the between the building because there are so many rooms in the complex itself. because I'm curious, like those plan linkage between the plan and the site plan. It should be. I don't know. I don't know. It's right or wrong, but if you want to propose something into the one idea, I think that can be some related somehow together because I think it's you're repeating into the floor plan and the site plan is like kind of like some misunderstanding to me.
Actually, I did transform the existing plan to new buildings and new area. So maybe the floor plan would be not that big to new area, but this is also existing plan to this is also existing floor plan to new plan. So yes, I think we just share the idea about athletic program.
I think what you're saying is basically there might be there's different ways of doing it. Whether you can have similar elements in your site and your floor plan, but also you can outsource some of the things that might be redundant in the typical plan to the
I think
is that how I understood?
What I feel like if you want to put some athletic program in the village, I think that can be just solved in the site plan. Just in that level is enough for it, and then the floor plan can be, or if you want to connect those really into together, you can like break it down somehow in the site plan, into the floor plan, and it can be the part of the outside or something like is more
I think
direct way too.
So
Yeah.
in this sense, I think this condition is different from the others. Actually, this Olympic village apartment was formed by connecting this Olympic.
Yeah, stadium and park.
So actually, that's why the shapes of the squares that are together. Also, there are lots of public spaces, and so many things going on, although they have political and nowadays. So you need to consider how to use that area as a one block as well by using those things. So in the sense, I think, and particularly this building, I'm just questioning why do we have to then kind of more much kind of public spaces on one floor. You know, there were also park and facilities and learning people. And people are living, residents living here, they really love to jog here around this region. So why do they learn like this? They already learn lots of people doing this. So there was plenty of public spaces already. And also this building was really has been used very much especially daytime or evening time. And that's all very much fire as well. So I think it's kind of variation about public already. Different types of public spaces or common ground exist in that area. So I think it's pretty nice to have more individual I think some private spaces different. And in that project, compared to the other. Yeah. Of course, the other project too, they have a Han River quite close. And also the Jamshi as well, and the Yeouido as well. All your Ganshi is really very expensive, very nice area to having housing block at this moment. But especially this one is a little more different condition than we got. This is Olympic village, right? And also this one is especially prefabrication panel based. So that's really important for this one too, because residents of this building, they are all complaining about it because that was given a short time to build 1988, 1 hour, 1 year. So something going on about some problem. So it would be nice little bit of that kind of the structural things to be done a little bit more about the program.
I don't really want to waste your time, but really just to. I think so. I just wanted to mention that this is not about the private and public and increasing the public as much as possible. Actually, we are also tackling the dichotomy between private and public. We are questioning it, and it's actually about the typology. And there was a school here, and so actually the original idea was the making school into another school, combining the living and working and into the one typology, and making the complete the existing like a tangi. So make the giving the legibility. This is actually the project for architecture.
It's a nice story. I quite like the plan. It looks a little bit like Russian constructivist.
Oh,
the old
thank you.
one. Thank you. And sometimes it's like recreational exercise together. It's quite important. But different place.
For sure. Yeah.
So not only for the say small ball and the table tennis. So you should be inside the role like that kind of background is near the primary school and what kind of activity, recreational. Sometimes there's some separately. So what kind of the discussion or definition of the cooperative living? Because that only.
Well, I'm quite interested to like what now John said, that they want to make a typological forms by looking at the housing blocks, also the school as well. And I think by doing that, actually, it should be spot on what kind of different or similar typology working for that area, right? So this needed to be shown, not like this case. If we make a set up with everything, and it should be a little bit changing, and if the bigger scale also, about the school size. So I didn't really notice you guys changing the school size about this. But to me, actually, I'm just wondering, is it really important to make it that area that way in order to make a statement about Odanji states? So what I'm very interested in really is how to make the typology to produce community blocks. Yeah. So community blocks would have, I think, different degrees of the communities, right? Such as from the, of course, this is from Oikos, they have Oikos as well, common from their work. But there are certain different variations in the Europe and so in capital. So what kind of community is you guys thinking with the different types of typology or new typology in existing typology? Yeah. So that kind of is what I'm really interested in. From the ground floor, middle floor, top floor, as a urban scale. So that things I can feel something for walking on the drawing set.
I personally, we don't have the division between Oikos and Holics, just like a Western architecture, because we have Kuka, which is 수신제가 방식으로 you starting from yourself to your family to the society and the nation. So it actually we never divided the Oikos and Holics. We don't think this is problem. We actually take it as our way of living. So. Also, actually, the provocation of this project, I think, that this is actually it's really easy to make the existing housing as a school or as a something else. Okay. Yeah, this is actually it's easy to make the ventilations and the lighting works really easily. So. Yeah, it's a grid, a repetition, and the chorus is so efficient, and the giving, okay, sorry to, I wasted so many time, but Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Okay, so we just finished unit 2. I think is it okay to start from 1? Yeah. So we are having a short lunch break. Maybe we're gonna come back and there's some more for
Go. You ready?
Hello, we're and we're gonna start with our site visit.
Voice.
So ACP is a South Korean recycling company that focuses on upcycling and also recycling and sustainable design. The company collects waste materials such as plastic, textiles, and industrial byproducts, then transforms them into new products and design materials. And we started with material bank part, and then we decided recycle our materials that we can use in our projects. And then we package them to be sent to school in the beginning, but after we chose wood sticks, plastic bottles and caps, and turntable video heads, which we can use in order to have motion, and then also tiles. And after selecting our materials, we start learning about the company and being a building tour, and we saw other upcycling examples that they show in the building. For example, bottle lamps and also like things from car doors. And also we look at the recycled products that they use plants or plastics to create new products such as like clothing or bags. And then we also saw at the atelier where they can use different kind of machine like CNC or like 3D printing machines. And these ateliers actually open to everybody. So also citizens can use this atelier. And also we made a small like event which we made walls from cardboard. And this is our second site.
Next site visit was Union Library, Union and we learning about the company. It was founded in 1996 and is mainly deal with tire, and but they doesn't only deal with tires. They sell a lot of materials like upcycling materials and collaborate with products and many kind of brands and tire products and collaborate with products. And we go to the open library. It is open to anyone who want to anyone who wants to shop around there, and it is free for
After the site visiting, we think about our trash problem. This one is the problem cycle. A lot of people use stuff which emits CO2, and the stuff is finally that makes another trash. Trash is now accumulate, so we have to do this project. Another problem is we have to know about one person household is increasing, so we waste a lot of plastic. And in city, we build and ruin buildings, a lot of buildings. And also recently, we frequently change a lot of media device, so we make a lot of e-waste. So our team goal is make something a circulation system, like people, stuff, trash, and we recycle or upcycle to use it.
So we did urban mining. Urban mining meaning is city, look city, like a new resource warehouse. This graph is what we do. We can see video. This data is what we made. We search in Seoul City. We can see a lot of waste is making surrounding us. There's so many kinds of like paper, foam, plastic, textile. So our final outcome will exhibition in SUP, so center, like this many things. So what materials we use is this one, what she mentioned.
You're able to, in this course, you're able to use system which was WASP in Grasshopper. So WASP is like an open source plugin in Grasshopper. It's a tool that combines designs of individual modules. Each module has its own connection point and directions. Through this combinational logics, a single parts will be used to generate multiple potential configurations, allowing structures to shift in density, openness, and program over time. Time becomes an explicit design parameter, enabling daily, weekly, or seasonal reconfigurations without introducing new material. And also, there's a website called WASP Atlas, which is splitting of reusable aggregation systems for the WASP framework that can be used into the web without technical knowledge, so anyone can use it. So this is one example of. So there's a unit we chose to start, and there's a lot of options with only like 3 or 4 types of parts. So this goes manual randomly in random parts, but also we can set it up in the manual part if it's just corner here. There's an option like if we chip compost it, and if you want to go switch to another grade, you can go and make a lot of them. First, so there will be a lot of options to make. So my name is Jahan. Anything else? So we were after the visiting Seoul Plaza, we came back. Before we start, in our unit, students will develop and test time-based architectural systems compassed as a reversible framework rather than the fixed ones. So after visiting Seoul Plaza, we found out that the problem of Seoul, especially past like 5 years, there were record-breaking temperature increases in summers. Lots of people were like moving during the day, but like there were lack of spaces that people can rest actually. Also Seoul is like a rapid city, so we wanted to give them a pause and remind them the garbages they make every day becomes this really unique shape of shelter, or it can remind us that it can come back to us through climate change. Our team is proposing a modular system shelter that they can adapt to seasonal or proposal changes. So this was the whole idea that we came up with. First of all, we chose water bubbles as our main ingredient or material of our shelter because it was efficient to join them, and then it can also work as a facet or isolator and also as a design. And we saw like immersive possibility to connect them when using the joints. So in the beginning, we were trying to make different shapes with this kind of joints here, types of joints, and made a shell which we thought it could be easy to build in our systems, and made a cover that comes with it. For the joinery systems, we were thinking about the Lego brick system, which had wall can move around the angles, but it was really hard to make them in a short time because they were delicate and they used a lot of resources and times to make them work. But we had like limited supplies and time, so we came with different idea using the sticks that we got from so so we're basically thinking cutting them into squares or 45 degrees angle joints, and then gather them with plastic caps to connect the bubbles. We were thinking about also like 3D printing the joints, but it was kind of a paradox that if you're using a 3D printer again to make this shelter, it's paradox to make another garbage. So we're thinking just using what it is, it will be efficient.
So as we told you about the system idea, we want to find out that it actually works in real life. So we try to make a basic model with small size. And first we try to use the styrofoam that we can usually find on the street and easily to cut. But as you know, the styrofoam is so soft, it's not solid enough and hard enough to handle the stress of the total weight or the joint that we want to drill it. So the alternative of the styrofoam was the timber that we can reuse. And we cut it into the cube and we try to drill it, but the timber we find it to reuse was super hard to drill it. So we are thinking about a softer timber or something else until the ground is pretty. And so this is the shape of the prototype we made. As you can see, we have a 90 degrees module and 145 degrees. So we can make some various design of it, and it looks like this. Awesome. So we think about maybe two parameters of how to design it. First is a joint, what kind of joint we can make. So we made a 90 degrees joint once and a 45 degrees one. And second parameter is the length of the plastic bottles. The interesting part of this is we can control the length by how much we are pushing it inside. So we can make it shorter or very long. And another part is there are so many plastic bottle sizes, various sizes. So if we So like this, by using the heat gun, we can shrink some bigger plastic bottles into a small one and we can make the joint and connect it. So we can use all of the various plastic bottles in the world to make this design. And by this, we can use the plastic bottle caps to join together. So the first prototype is only the 45 degrees, and the second is the 90 degrees. So we try to mix them. And as you can see the X shape or the cross shape and the shape that's combined with square and triangle. And we are trying to design with it, but we're thinking about making another joint that can close the design, because as you can see, we are only getting a degree like 135 and keep expanding, but we want to make it close and make the structure system stable and steady. So that's it for our team. Thank you.
No, wait. We discuss it and then we continue for the next one. Sorry. Also, if you guys want to sit, meanwhile, you don't need to stand all of you. Sorry.
So I really enjoyed your presentation from your portfolio and how to join. I think what is make you guys have to design the size of the joint or the shapes of the joint, right?
Yeah.
So how do you decide the degrees? So you select the certain degrees to make that. So how did you make the conclusion?
Because degree is the factor that is pretty precise, so we want to make it usable to control. So we first think about 30, 60, and 45. But 30 and 60 is hard to control without measuring the cutting, and we need to select a material that is solid and high enough. So if you make a square, easy to make, and if we cut the square in half, we can have a 45 degrees. So we have two joints with that, with one module. So we select that two joints for our design.
Is there any program or requirements for the final, for example, like 3 people should occupy this structure?
No, so we asked the students to kind of, while they were looking for trash in the city and for waste, to also look at the context in which the waste was there, and so to kind of identify what kind of problems there were. So for them, it was really like the biggest problem they identified is the heat and the kind of lack of temperature, and so that was there, and you had to create like a small shelter.
Okay.
So, what kind of possibility you find when you have this kind of experiment, right? So you find some cause and then I don't know, some different type of connections or shapes you found.
Yeah.
And then after all, you guys gonna be using that shape, right? The form. So what kind of possibility you find?
So actually, we couldn't find what we want really design, but the possibility we find that we can control this length of it. So if this is short enough to join in one unit, then it could be look like a structure as a wall or a ceiling that is covered in surface. But as you can see, if it's long enough, then it can be an opening. And if you need some shadows or wall, then you can put some fabric on there too. Like, I think we found those possibilities in our design system.
And also, what we found interesting while designing was that people actually in the public can also, after using their wearables, they can actually engage themselves into this system as well. So there could be one possibility to engage in a public. So when you look at Africa, do you know there are flip-flop arts or on the development country? Anyway, they want to use all kind of trash. So you might have some idea how that is, works. I mean, to me, it's a possibility. It's not about like a wall and kind of thing.
Oh.
It's more like it can be a shading device as a, you know, something, I don't know, it's some special effect from your thing. So not about, you know, like a wall. I mean, it's not about architecture element. It's more like what kind of performance you got from this, you know, particular shape of your thing.
Oh, okay. For this, we're thinking about, you can see this picture. So we were thinking about avoiding the sunlight, or in winter we can avoid some winds, or it's about the rapid urbanizations. There are so many microdust in the cities. So by cutting this particle into half and put some soil and plants, we can reduce the microdust too. Or if you make a shelter like that, we can exhibit something or
And
help.
also, like one thing we were interested in was like changing there are like several different colors of water bubbles in the city. So like if you use to join them like systemically, it can work as a like a stained glass in the church. So like sun comes through, the shadow under the color bubbles will turn like red, yellow, whatever color that is. So that could be one performance we could show.
I have a question. You might have written down it and I might not be seeing it. Other than the parametric kind of method that the WASP provides, have you identified within your prototypes any kind of like smaller units of composition that might be replicated? For example, is it like a truss system? Is it like a column? Is there something that you felt might work in your future project?
That's the next step.
Sorry,
I think right now it was really focused on the unit, and now that they started putting it together, they're starting to also see that just the unit itself is not enough to control.
So in a sense, can I see the model is the one?
Yeah, that's for now, but probably might change.
Okay. So
Is it strong enough?
So like this is the prototype. So in that time, like yesterday, we were making it, but like the styrofoam itself was not that stable enough. So we're thinking changing go back to the wood, or like plywood or whatever, like softer wood. So it is more like stickable.
I think you also need to take some strategy. I mean, like for now, to be honest, like from my side, like I think your concept, I mean your problem itself, and then your material actually doesn't fit from my side. I think because I mean you said you wanna like you wanna make some shadows, but do you think the transparent material is good for that? So I'm not sure. I'm not asking to change the material, but maybe you need to understand the material to having certain shape, maybe, because like for now it seems like you already kind of the certain like final form in the end, but you shouldn't have actually, because this is a process of the kind of building up and bottom up process. Means actually you shouldn't think about your final form in the end. Like so you need to see more tests with your WASP, or you need to see more tests. You need to have your like a couple of tests, like what kind of shape you can create it, and then what kind of form you can create it. After that, you might can think about the like you can. I mean, maybe like I can say that function can comes up later. Actually, you don't need to decide the function at the beginning, and then means actually it really easy to how can I say that you can lock that inside. I mean, because since you said shelter, so that's why you draw those kind of like columns and the loop. That's why you imagined it, but you should imagine that, right? Especially if you take this kind of methodology to create. Yeah. So first, maybe have a look into the what they can do, like because I think like you can keep the material itself, but it's better to look into the material, look into the shape of the material as well, and then I can say that the rules of the aggregation as well. Then you're gonna see how it's going to, what kind of like things it can make, and then maybe you can relate it with some other problems within that kind of your forms, I guess. Yeah.
If yeah, you want to move on? Yeah, thanks guys.
So how many teams we have? Move on.
Wow.
Philosophy.
Quite social.
Hello, my name is Xin Chan and she's name.
My name is Jihan.
Let's start our presentation. Titled Anonymous Coexistence. While doing urban mining, I often come across a lot of waste in the city. And interestingly, or perhaps naturally, there were always many people around those places. Anonymous waste and anonymous black people are always around us, but we often do not recognize them. Still, we are affected by these presences. I began to see Seoul as a field of anonymous relationships. So this project translates and visualizes those anonymous relationships into a spatial device and with reused material. These are the materials collected from the city. I was especially interested in what I could happen when the video head and fan and rubber strap came together. To specialize these invisible relationships, I refer to the whispering effect, where people do not face each other, but they are already connected through sound. I translate this into wind, creating a relationship where one person acts and another person receives, even though they do not know each other. To realize this idea, I used WASP to connect elements through rules, creating a non-linear spatial network. This is still a work in process. Like Seoul's complex relationships, this structure makes the paths of force difficult to read. Of course, the actual prototype will be smaller in scale. To work with timber elements of irregular length, I developed an adjustable joint that combines with path borders, like this adjustable joint. So regular sticks can adjust it, and with pet borders can be strongly bonded to each other through the melting process itself, like this model. So I will end the presentation by showing the fabrication process we have been working on so far. Thanks.
Could you explain how does the fan works?
I have to bring this. The video head can spin back and forth. So we use rubber strap to video head and rubber that. Yeah, and if I fix this band to one side of video head, then other people one side pull this thread and other people will make up in it.
So, does the process related with the structure as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's kind of like a windmill. Yes. Of a real version of windmill.
Manual.
So how we gonna
Yeah.
I don't know. That means it kind of compensation thing, but
Still, it seems the two processes are divided, and I want to see like this combining into one system.
Just wondering, why didn't you include that? What is it? The video in the rotation things, like include your component.
Because to start with this project, I always think
Okay, so sorry. My question was wrong. Sorry. So I was trying to say, why didn't you connect the ring into over there? Like, because that is your first trial, and then although you had that having those kind of ring system in your idea, but you didn't connect that ring into your component, right? So I'm just wondering why is it missing right now?
We have a lot of problem because video head is really how can I say? It's really weight. It's
Heavyweight,
yeah. And also rubber also is really thick. So we did a lot of try, but we cannot find the solution because wood timber is really high. Kind of yeah. So we want to make some solution and we keep conversations. Yeah.
maybe you can put the wheel underneath, not hanging on the roof. Yeah, what I really liked from your presentation, I think it really applied to to all units from you. It started from mentioning the people first, and then I personally I think the collecting the garbages is also very political action. I think, and also finding the use value from the discarded just everywhere the garbage is also very active and political action as well. And but I think to go further, I think you can integrate the labor part through your design. Meaning, so let's say 3 people, if so 3 people and 3 hours with these tools, you can make this structure. So and then maybe the 5 people with 3 hours, you can make this structure, and with this whispering effect. So it makes. Can you go to the last one? And also this one, this effect, I think you need this circular shape. No, but this one it's just the cube.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and meaning then the joint will need to be. So you guys need to calculate the angle for the thing. And yeah, so 3 people and 6 people, 9 people, and meaning then you guys are actually designing the manual. Yeah, like organizing the labor.
Our first design was dome, like we used like what soccer ball.
Yeah.
That shape.
Yeah.
But we try to make a lot of angle, but it is really hard because time is really brief. So we have a lot of try, and then we find that this module is maybe good to make a WASP system and the module. So we changed design.
Yeah, that's fine. So we had a midterm review now. So you guys need to. I think if it cannot be combined, then you guys just need to one thing from here. Maybe starting from you guys have a structure now. So and then maybe there is another effect, or I don't know. There are more. Yeah, to make.
No, but I think this is a really super good suggestion. Also because like a big effort of the workshop has been, you saw the tablet. So each of the systems that you're seeing in each presentation, they are now available on the web for anyone to design with it. So I think it could be super cool if you just say, there's a friend of yours that sends you a picture saying, hey, look, I found some trash bottles here. And you could just send him a link and say, oh, look, you can build this. So I think trying to close the circle with the trash, but I think closing the circle with the people too, I think it's a very, very good suggestion.
So is it important for doing the melting? I like the story, I like your idea, but why you guys do the merit? Because first of all, the line is the quota easy to squeeze, so that is a very for the sophisticated for the design.
Because we have to fix timber.
Yeah, I know, but just squeeze a bit. Becoming stronger. Why you use the merit? Because I keep it 90 degrees over the squeeze. It's becoming a very strong joint. So put on that, so it will be bending. So it depends on more like 1 4.
We didn't try it, but
The only one point I'm about more wondering why you guys made merit. I mean, it's not hard.
Also, to me, in addition to the previous conversation, actually, that it would be nice to suggest people to build by themselves our techniques. So actually, your technique is not a high tax. Actually, you are trying to make a more like common, universal solution for that structure. So people can get easily pick their own some recycled material everywhere. So, but even this one, I produce another structure right here. So wherever they want, actually, you guys suggest some fabrication way for everything. Not like just design from process. And more interesting things to do because I'm just wondering, your design is for the only single proposal or frameworks or some or framework things to produce what we are, etc. Yeah. So that's one of the interesting things that we for the industries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well presented.
Didn't work too much.
Here's Google Form.
Yes. Okay.
We have a big group, so we have 4 students in our group, and my name is Young Park, and
My name is Kwanzoni.
I'm Sarah.
okay, so our title would be Urban Climbing Minds, and this is our prototype image, like a render like of our idea. So basically, as the other groups said, I'll keep it short because it's overlapping, but there is an issue with Seoul having trash bags thrown on streets near like trees or side roads, which are not like aesthetically pleasing because it's not looking good. And also, these trash bags are always placed along the roads that are widely like popular for tourists. Like it's not gonna promote the country in a good way because it's like the tourists will think it's normal to throw like trashes along the streets. So basically, after visiting Sub and the tiles, we thought we could use 4 major materials like timber, plastic, tiles, and the video heads. And we've identified some programs that we can actually go for. So these were the programs that we were looking for. We were specifically interested in Shinchon and Iwa area because it makes sense to have a site visit inside our place here in Yonsei University. And as I said, there were a lot of trash bags along Shinchon area, along the restaurants and busy areas as well. So we've identified some notations and some articles online about what these trash bags will bring other chain problems along the look of it and the others. And these were the materials that we were interested in to use. The other groups were using a big plastic bottles and timber frames, but we were specifically interested in timber pieces and connecting them, making a structure with wasp system. And we came up with a triangular shape because we wanted to start from making a small component and making it big and and transforming into a structure later, because we didn't want to start from big and small because it's going to lock us in a frame that we will not be able to be more creative with the structure. And looking at the structure we have with the triangles, we wanted to duplicate the triangle shapes and make a structure with wasp. So we had to came up with the idea of connecting them, and we've decided to print out some joinery systems. And these holes are actually for the wooden dowels, like the dowels that we use for wooden furnitures. So the dowels will fit in the holes, and it will connect to the wooden timber pieces with the holes drilled. So this is our system that we came up with. So basically, joinery system will have the holes on this side, and these will be connected with the dowels in between. And this is our final image of how we will be able to connect the joinery system with the timber frames and the dowel system. And this is 3D render of our joinery system applied to making the triangle shapes continuously growing for structure.
This is the last system we built in Grasshopper. The part the top is the triangle module, and the part below is the joint that connects those modules together. Once we define the relationship between just these two groups, the triangle keeps attaching to each other along that group, and the structure grows from there. To check whether this will actually works, we first test it on a one spot plus. We replaced our timber module with simple triangle and joints, so we could quickly test only on how this bone would grow. Right now, we are still at the stage where the vine is just starting to grow. We test it growing along the utility pole like this, and here's a close-up of the leader side. And based on this work, we run a structural analysis using Canvas 3D. This shows deflection values under gravity laws. Since the model is incorrectly supported by pull, we show significant deflection at the top, which told us the module needs to be redesigned so the load can be distributed toward the pool. Next is the stress analysis across the whole structure. Right side is zooming in on the joint. You can see the stress concentrating there. There is a limitation to this analysis though. Right now we simplify it to a single joint, but the actual model uses two joints together in one side. So in reality, the load may distribute more favorably than what the analysis shows. Based on this, we use AI to simulate what we are aiming for. The structure hanging from the utility on left side and wrapping around the trash pile right side.
going forward, we plan develop the modules so we can actually lean on the whole and distribute work the way it does in this image. Right. Thank you for listening.
I have one question. What would be the joint? Connect each other?
Yeah, so I've missed out talking about the joints. So actually, the joints are designed to have a 120-degree curve on the joint system, and as you can see, the holes are drilled inside, but it's actually 3D model. But the timber frames will have drilled holes as well. So basically, this and the timber piece will merge together, and we'll have the wooden dowels folded and put it in together, so people can actually have an experience of putting it back together and merging it together, and it's gonna bring up some participation on people. It's like a Lego bricks and it's customizable, and we thought making it customizable for people makes more sense because our main thing is upcycling and people can customize whatever shape they want with the component of triangles. And also the reason why we made the curves 120 degrees is because we thought the last system has to have a system that can close the shapes. And knowing that the degree is 360 in total and divided by 3, we can have triangles that are 120 degrees. And actually, after making a structure with 120 degrees, we can actually close our structure, and we thought it makes more sense because our first prototype was 150 degrees, and we tested it on RAW system, and it doesn't work because it doesn't have a system that can close the shapes. And we came up with 120 degrees, which makes more sense because 120 times 3 is 360, and making it can close the whole system.
And the joint is not from the recycled material, right?
The joints are using the wooden dowels, and
the 3D
connectors
printed.
are 3D printed. So, yeah.
So, I just know, what is the joint between thinkers? So you're using this
okay,
one.
so the joints.
This is reused one.
Yes. So basically, with leftover zip tie, we drilled the holes in between the timber frames. And first, well, we were thinking of printing out 3D joints for triangles as well, but we thought using too much 3D printings would not fit our objective, because every triangle will need 3 joints in between. So we came up with the idea of drilling holes in between the frames and zip tying it, so it saves more materials and makes more sense with our objective of achieving our upcycling structure.
And why don't you just screw it? Use a screw.
We tested out the screws, but we needed too much screws to tie them up, and also it doesn't make sense to use screws because it's harder for people to disconnect the timbers and connect the timbers. So we've tested both, but for now we were happy with the zip tying, but in future we can try other methods of connecting timbers and maybe the joints to reduce 3D printed materials.
I have a question about this particular reason. Is there a reason why there's like 2 levels of this? So one is connected like that,
Yes.
and then the other is connected on top of it? Is it determined because there's specific signal like create, or is that?
Yes. So basically, the reason why we came up with the idea of having triangles is that the triangles have a lot stronger structure than the rectangles when we zip tie it. And also, having 2 levels, it creates more strength on the structure, because we will be able to tie them up in different levels, because if we do it in one level, then we have to saw it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have to cut the goods in angle as well, and that would take too much time of cutting every single timber pieces in like 45 degrees to actually connect them in pieces in one level. So that's why we came up with 2 levels and tying it so it's a lot stronger, I guess.
I think it's very good time for that job.
For the components to connect.
I mean, the wood balls, it needs the super high level of accuracy. So if the shape will be complicated, I think it's impossible to use the better that system is more flexible.
To me, on my question, because I think most of the times when you find like wood in nature or like in like a recycling bin, it won't be like perfectly angled, right angled and stuff.
So
I was wanting to wonder if you like explored options to like recycle different shapes of timber.
So basically, the reason why you have accurate angled timber pieces is because we visited some, and we were not collecting timber pieces on streets because it's impossible to find same dimensions, dimension timbers. We actually got the leftover pieces from sub, which will be thrown anyways, because they were planning to throw out the waste materials, and we managed to contact them and get the timber pieces that were going to be thrown out, and also the tiles and other bottles, because they were gonna get thrown anyways. So we were thinking not changing the shapes, but actually using the material itself in nature, keeping their shape, and I think it fits the theme of cycling, because yes, we were not collecting timber pieces on streets and roads. So I guess that's just the question, because we've not clearly said the materials are from.
I guess adding to the previous conversation, determining how flexible the joinery is might determine whether these timbers in the future can be replaced by more irregular shapes.
Yeah, I think this is one of the big advantages of the C-type kind of system is that it kind of adapts to like sticks of different sizes. While instead the joint between the triangles is still a little question because the sticks is very designed on the one element. But I mean, we do have sticks with different sizes. We don't have enough sticks of exactly the same size, so then we have to deal with that somehow.
And are we gonna use the ceramic tiles? No. Tiles?
Tiles?
No.
We were thinking of applying tiles after we get the structures done, so we can cover it with tiles, like on our outer layer, but not now because I think the tiles are too heavy and it's also easy to break while testing. So we were focusing on making the structure first and then using tiles after for the outer layer, and maybe the bottles as well because it's lighter. So that's our plan right now.
Yeah, I have one comment. I mean, you guys try to make something similar existing, already existing in nowadays, so there are no shocking moments. you collect trash with abandoned pieces, and I don't know, I expect something monstrous, something else. But when you show some final outcome out of AI, it looks like a jungle zine, and already we know the shape. So I think, I don't know, it just try to escape from the existing things. I mean, you want to still mechanical, and it's just try out something new way of connection, not just using connectors. Those kind of mentality you need it. Otherwise, you cannot avoid like existing shape but it's already done. So that's why comment for me.
think my comments to the first team can goes to the other two teams as well. Like so, because I think rather than the function itself, I think both of your teams actually already decided the shape you want to make, right? So you really need to have some test with the wasp, and then maybe without some constraints or changing the constraints, something like that. So what kind of form it can generate, because this is kind of generative design in the end. So it means actually it can generate it whatever monsters it is. Yeah. So and then after that you can find okay, then you can try to constrain in this way to have certain functions or something like that. So yeah. Otherwise, if you don't have a test with multiple tests with the wasp, actually you're never gonna find something interesting. So
Just imagine the water, right? When you boil the water, it's over the 100 degree, right? Suddenly the state of the water is changed. It becomes a gas, right? That is a singularity, a eureka moment. That's why I like a eureka in the name of God. It's a similar thing. You collect all your stuff, and then you have a great wasp, and then you test it. At a certain moment, the quality is changed. You try to find the potential and then use it. Otherwise, your one looks like jungle sim. not yours, but So try to find that moment, right? Okay.
Cool. Really nice closing. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, have a fun trip today, right?
No, we have. Yeah.
Okay.
As we mentioned before, if we finish the inventory now, so if anyone having any question for inventory, for students, and having some conversation with each other, it would be nice to have a for between 10 minutes or 30 minutes more. And question from students,